Hello and welcome back. We're picking up where we left off last time in Factorio in the Pyanodons mod. We're going to pop into the thing up here. I do have the mod list up on screen, plus some of the ones we may run in the future. Let me go ahead and put that away, just as a reminder for those who didn't catch the mod list from the beginning of the last stream. We're still in sort of the bootstrap phase. We have basically our first metal line up here. But we're going to start off today's, well, the second part of the stream. It was basically a gap for dinner for me. We're going to start off the beginning of today's stream by sort of planning out the spaghetti. So on our to-do list, we finished one step on our to-do list. The bootstrap is done. The sort of initial bootstrap is done. We've got 8 coal mines going. In fact, we've got more than 8 coal at this point. 3 iron, 1 copper, 2 stone. That's a good enough bootstrap. Next, we're going to start our spaghetti. So we've got sort of the base layout for the belts, although we haven't spaghettied the raw metals in yet. But that's what's over here. I'm going to basically do the raw design for this for the other couple things we're going to spaghetti, which is... Oops, that's the wrong thing. Inserters, assemblers, and some burner miners. I may even go so far as to do the research. Let's hop to it. First, I'm going to come into map mode because we're going to be working with blueprints for this. So, starting point, right, is I'm going to do these backwards. So we want an inserter. The inserter wants small parts and metal. So that actually just means I can just sort of copy paste this. That's basically what we want. Again. The only difference being that you are going to be that. So we want another one of those up there for inserters. We're then going to want, on the same sort of logic, an assembling machine making assemblers. Assemblers, I think, are a little bit more complicated. Yeah, they need air core conductors as well. So a little bit more complicated. I don't want to do the layout on that. I think I can see how I'm going to do that. What do we need in the air core conductor? So our initial one is... No, that's not the one we're using. That's the second generation one. It's the first generation one. Got a recipe that doesn't use ceramics for air core. I don't know where it is. Don't know where it is. I presumably have the recipe because I've made the air core conductors by hand, and that I don't have ceramics. So there's the recipe. Air core conductors, yeah. So got the recipe. There's what I'm looking for. Iron stick. Back into map mode. So we're looking at something that's going to look vaguely like you again. Difference being that we're going to move you down. Something like that. You're gonna be air cored, air cooled, and then you need another thing of sticks. From a throughput, isn't gonna make sense to do a second thing. Yeah, we just might as well do a second thing of sticks for that. Oops. You need to be the sticks. Also needs the coils. Do you want a second coil maker? Yeah, we'll just that'll run terribly, but it doesn't need to run well. It just needs to run. So I'm realizing I have to rearrange stuff. Okay, let's start over this one quickly. Let's go. Delete the whole thing. So we're gonna want some of you, so we can get our small parts. We're gonna want or get our bolts. We're gonna want small parts, and we need gears to do that. Not you. There we go. And then you're gonna need copper like that. We're actually gonna need another thing of copper. And the reason that is gonna be because the assembler needs small parts, iron plates, and air-cooled conductors. There we go. There we go. So I probably do want an offset somewhere so I can have space to do my puts. Oh, actually, never mind. Because I forgot. You are penguin output. There we go. Here we go. Oh, and technically I don't need that. There we go. So that's the sort of the first 3 production lines we want to sort of spaghetti here. We got our belts, we got our inserters, we got our assemblers. The next one, and then probably the most complicated one, is actually going to be the burner, because we've got to bring in a third material to make the burner work. And then sort of the fourth would be the automation science pack. We'll come back and spaghetti those later once we have basically the ability to build spaghetti as we want. So there's 40 belts. I've run out of coal in the iron setup, so I'm gonna go set the iron setup and go again. Going and raiding the mines. Should provide enough coal to get the setup running. Get the iron out of the existing setup. So I've got a stack of iron and a little bit over that. Okay, suppose the next thing to actually set up is probably going to be, concept-wise, it's probably going to want to be a copper mine after that. Yeah, I think we got the top right there. The last one, but that'll be fine. Okay. Anyway, we're up to 51 transport belts. We're gonna need more than that, obviously, because I need to get both the copper and the iron ideally going. And ideally without me doing too much manual feeding, if we can help it. Okay, let's go fetch more iron from the iron furnaces. Yeah, definitely not going to be too long. I'm going to have to get another row of the iron mines going. 65 iron. We'll grab a little bit of copper and we'll start making some assembler, or making some inserters. And how goes the inserter, or here goes the belt up here, 68. It's a good start. Need more belts than that. Need a lot more belts than that. Yeah, we're going to very rapidly try to bootstrap our way into two sort of half-belt furnace lines. And yeah, probably gonna need a few more miners to go as well. So let's grab another 5 miners. And by the magic copy paste, got the rough plan planned out here, because it's basically the same thing, right? It's one side takes in ore, spits out processed metal. The other side takes in coal, spits out ash. Nice and easy. Well, actually, that is the right side. What about the coming into? And then we might as well cut them down. I just shove coal into them, get them running. Coal in the first couple of those. So as we get the belt and the inserter sorted, we can get actually running. Get the iron mine going again. Again. Go grab belt if there's any belt left. Although, actually, I really probably want inserters. Can I get 5 inserters? Not as much as I want, but it's a better than nothing situation. So there's the left side. Do the right side, nothing will come out of the furnace. That works. Manually running the fuel to them anyway. And if I want more iron, I might as well do more belt, try to get another row of the iron mines going. Although, again, I'm still being held up by iron. Yeah, so maybe a little ambitious getting the first couple of the copper ones down, but... bootstrapping is what we're trying to do here. Waiting for iron. Grabbing coal while we're waiting. These guys are full. Shove a little bit more in there temporarily. Get that line set up so it's not going to demand anything right away, so I can focus more on getting the copper in. So as if I want more belts, I should feed. Although I kind of want more inserters, honestly. I mean, that's being limited by iron, of course. And so most of the stone right now is going to get turned into stone furnaces, so I can get that handcrafting while we're waiting. Enough for 5 inserters, okay. So that's going to be enough that I can get the pole insertion over on the left side, or on the right side here, working. Now I just need enough iron to get the belts I need. Slowly and steadily, we start up the furnaces. No, there's 12 more belt. It's a start. I think I'll actually plumb a little bit of the ore coming in on this side, so we need a little bit more before heading to the furnaces. At some point we'll have it so that we're not pocket feeding the furnaces, but that be in the future. Not be now. 38 metal. It's more metal. Would like more than that, but it's more metal. More iron. Interestingly, I got 29. Got the iron going over there. Although another one of the deposits is empty. These the starting mines aren't necessarily that big. They happen to be conveniently close to each other rather than big. It's a good way to describe the starting mines. Except for a stone, apparently. A stone decided to be way off in the boondocks. $69 more iron. Let's go fuel this thing to get it running again with more metal. See how many belts that provides us with. Okay, 54 more metal, 54 more iron. And we are going to be very rapidly moving past the point where I need to manually be grabbing coal from the miners to fuel the miners, but... Do I want to save that for undergrounds? I'm not getting here. 42. Yeah, we'll split that up and get some more out of the industry over here. Okay, there we go. So they're self-fueling. Now I just need to make the mine self-fueling. And we're going to be a little bit tight on the left side there, but I can work with that. Much better iron output, 86. And copper output's probably excessive at the moment. Get those in there, get those working. 28 belt, which isn't going to be enough to get the next thing running, but it'll be more than nothing. I suppose I should be getting more miners going. But that's also more iron. Round and round the iron belt goes, right? Getting 5 burners. I'm gonna actually put those burners on making more iron ore, so we can hopefully be making belts faster. Copper in that chest. Go. Should help with more ore coming out. Should help with more iron coming out. Should hopefully help us make more belts faster. So I can bootstrap the process a little bit faster. You out of ore or you out of coal? Coal. Oh, those are out of ore. Okay, well I can recoup the mine then. Elsewhere in the base. And yeah, we have actually maxed out the half belt at that point, so that's enough mines for the moment. I need to work on the coal feeding system. Need to get the ideally need to get the whole next row in. So I got 1, 2. Say another 5 after that. Okay. Five inserters. Okay. Those inserters aren't built yet, so let's go grab some more iron so we can make some more inserters. So we can get those coal mines going. If I get that whole coal row... Yeah, if I get the whole row going, then that makes all the columns. Not at full speed, but they should all work without outside help. What do I need? I need 1 underground, 2 underground, 3 underground, 4 underground, 5 underground, really. I'm gonna get properly working. Reduce capacity, of course, but working. Oh, and I suppose that's just the number of pairs I was counting, not the number of places. One more big deal. Go feed this, well, I'll go grab what belts we have, and I might feed some more of this back into the belt maker. Okay. And the rest of this metal will go in the belt maker. We'll do like 10 each. Oh, metal needs to be fueled. Whoops. Let's go get my ball. Be a good thing if I could get 10 more inserters. Start in the first 5. And we can actually start loading onto the belt for transport up to the spaghetti. I think I have a little bit more belt making, so let's go grab that belt. A little bit more, 20 more. half in you, rest in you. You got enough copper? Yeah, you got enough copper. And yeah, we'll spaghetti that up over into here, and then we'll have to no longer have to feed metal anymore. Still gonna have to hand feed the coal for a bit, but that's something we're gonna work on fixing. And then we'll do the same basically with the copper, where we don't need to hand feed the copper anymore. Get there to there. And I won't have to hand feed the iron anymore. We want to do the inserters and then the assembly machines themselves. Go do a fuel top off. We're waiting for stuff to do its things. Right now we don't have any automatic ash handling set up. Although if you looked at the base closely when we were looking at the furnace stacks, I do have them designed, I just don't have it set up. That's at least going to simplify things. The iron belt comes up all the way to the first of 3 machines. And with that, all the way up to the 3rd machine. There we go. Now we need to manual feed the iron machines anymore. Or the belt machines anymore. The iron feeds itself. And copper self-unloading itself. And I just need enough belts to get it over here, and the belts will be self-assembling without me having to futz with anything except for fuel in the initial furnaces. It's supposed to be more productive. I could be doing something like mining, stone brick or something like that. Instead of just sitting here like, more belts from the assembling machine, please. This is working. There we go. So that's assembling itself. And then I need to get the next batch one working. I need six assemblers. So I need to steal enough iron to make 6 assemblers. Although I suppose instead of grabbing that iron for the moment, let's grab enough coal and do a refuel pass on the stuff we gotta manually fuel at the moment. Dump the rest of this in the power plant. The power plant needs manual filling as well at the moment. Have enough for 4. Really like enough for 6. Okay, we're overproducing copper and we're underproducing iron. We got 1 furnace stack worth of iron being produced. We don't even have 1 furnace stack of copper being produced, but the ratios, as you can see with some of the stuff we're building, like, yeah, it's like... Well, actually, this is pretty 1-to-1. That wouldn't surprise me, 1-to-1. The belts are pretty... like 3-to-1? 4-to-1? That's actually the only one that's supposed to be a chest in the long run. Could have technically built it with chests earlier if I really needed it. 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay. Probably want 5 more inserters. Okay, so now I just need the assembling machines and the inserters for those. Got no automatic handling of the ash setup. Although, once we're out of sort of the spaghetti phase here, that might be what we move into pretty quickly. Oh, I didn't put one of the assemblers down. Like, why do I have one assembler left in my inventory? Built the exact number I needed for that setup. I'm an assembler higher than I should be. Because you didn't put it down. It doesn't work if you don't put it down. There we go. Grab another round of coal, manual fueling, and then I think I will take a trip out to the stone mine. Mainly for bricks. Although I might grab some of the stone while we're out there. And this is why, I suppose this is one of the reasons why having the stone mine out in the middle of nowhere is not the end of the world. We definitely don't use it as much as coal or iron or even copper. Well, we used some bricks. In theory, it'll be faster going out than next time. So we run along the brick road. Let's shove more fuel in those. One of them's actually out of ore. In a way, that actually simplifies things. Point 8, 3.5, and then another row will be empty. Yeah, the first mine doesn't last that long. Trying to grab some iron for assembler construction. Because I've got the assemblers being constructed as well. Although, as you can see, I'm definitely not making enough iron. We need more iron. As far as the ratio, right, we're expecting that line of furnaces is making 1/8 of a belt of iron. 1/6 of the belt of iron. No, 1/10 of the belt of iron, because we're not feeding enough iron. It's full maxing out the iron, where it's half a belt of... No, 1/8. So C divided by 7.5 is 1/8. So yeah. Definitely limited by stuff. How many assemblers do I need? 9. Complete that little bit of redesigned functionality. And it's 7 to 8. Technically that's 8 because you can't do 7.5, right? So it's no, 10 to 8. Wait, that's 7. 7's close enough to 10. That's why it doesn't seem like we're backing up, because we're just under the throughput of the belt. Fair enough. And then you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Okay, so these stacks are not going to fill up the whole belts, but they're close enough for full belt. It doesn't make a big difference. Go. Oh, that's actually... I need to move one over. Move one over. That should be a working spot for the next rung stack. And we need the throughput. Need more iron. Iron is the bottleneck. Copper is definitely not the bottleneck, as you can see the fact that copper is just sitting there, waiting for me to use it. So 5, 9. That'll be enough for that. We'll need a few more inserters. There hasn't been enough iron getting through to run the inserter setup. Oh, I ran out of coal. So what do I have on my to-do list? Belts, inserters, assemblers, mines, we're going to hold off a bit, and the tier 1 research. So we're going to get these first three done fairly soon. And then the next problem will be feeding them enough. Because they're hungry assembling machines. Eating all the iron and copper I could feed him. Okay, more coal to fuel up these tumblers as I install them. I have one of our metals on the belt for the moment. Hopefully I can get a few more inserters, because I think we're short on inserters. Because, to be fair, I want to get the assembler stack assembled, and then I want to get another thing of another thing of iron going on manual feed coal. Four more to go. Actually, I have enough for four. That's the start. Okay. I'm gonna put the wooden box in. Five of those. I don't need the underground yet. No underground. Although I probably will want one underground. Let's build one underground. Okay. Get that going. Need more coal. We can go grab more coal. So about 1 hour in, almost 2.5 hours probably into the run here in Pyanodons. I think we're going to be approaching about 2 iron per second on a belt. Oh, I need more inserters for that. I need more coal. This is why I want to move away from manual and feed on the coal, but it is what it is. Oh, and we need more coal in the copper. Keep you running too. As we raise consumption demands for iron, we're going to raise the consumption demands for copper as well. Honestly, do with maybe more coal. More coal. How many start up a portion of that stack? When I have what I need to... Well, we don't have actually any of the output inserters, so it's not going to go anywhere yet. But here, we can go shove it on the belt like so. Oops. Yeah, we're going to rearrange that a little bit, but I don't want to actually do that. So we got the first row is technically being the first horizontal. Given what we want. So you probably want to go there. You into there. got as far as the belts for the moment, so we're gonna go grab more from the active construction sector. Oh, and of course, the entire iron system is almost shut down because I haven't been fueling it enough. This is why we're futzing with the coal setup. Apparently need even more coal than that. There's a little bit more coal moving. So this bit isn't unloading, so I can grab the iron from here to grab material we need to get the inserter, so in theory we can get that unloading of its own accord. Doesn't mean I'm going to have to manually feed coal, because it's going to do its coal supply, but we'll sort that out in a moment. I'm gonna go grab some more belts. Any little inserters? There is a few inserters built. Cool. I'm gonna need one, probably two underground. Oh, I had a couple in the inventory anyway. That's fine. Actually need a bunch of copper. Well, that's really easy to sort. Just run on the copper belt for a bit. Yeah, let's grab another 10 to start there. There you are. Coal supply into that system. There we go. Self-fueling. So now we just need to get the fuel being auto-delivered to the mines itself, which is probably best done by simply probably building up my mining assemblies. This is a initial step. Actually, no, I probably still want that there. Do I want the manual grab mines? Well, finally pull up the manual grab mines. I see that's actually making as far as the starter stack. And now I need more inserters. As you do. Or more belts, more inserters. Round and round, here we go. The more and more coal, the more and more iron, more and more copper come out as we... That's with the process. Okay, I have a saying that is, Nothing's more permanent than a temporary solution. But we're gonna do a couple temporary solutions here. Which hopefully don't end up being a bit too permanent. Hopefully don't end up being too permanent. I don't want to have to continue to manually feed the furnaces over here. Or the mines. So we're gonna start building all over for the mines specifically. Off of the belts meant for the furnace. Eventually they're going to get their own dedicated line. That's in the future. That's not now. Yeah, 4 inserters is not enough to saturate a belt, but that's fine, because I kind of don't want it stealing all off the line, because otherwise the furnaces don't work. It's a temporary thing to make me have to feed them less in the short term. Future-proofing the temporary solution a little bit, realizing that I might end up with some ash being pulled if I'm not careful. And ash, to be fair, is not a problem on that belt, just as long as the ash is on the right side, and it would not be being put on the right side. Which I suppose the right side right now is actually the left side, just to make things confusing. let's get back to the getting coal expanded. Okay, so from this point on, I need a little bit of horizontal, but it's mostly undergrounds. A bunch of inserters and a bunch of miners. Grabbing more metal, grabbing more metal. How many more mines do I actually think I need? Basically everything that's not flashing. Well, I'm gonna need a lot, but for the coal mines, we're looking 27. Of course, it's the feeding of the certain furnaces being the issue. Everything's actually been installed already. I should just be able to do that to the last one because we're one underground short. There we go. Another line just waiting its inserters. Seven more to go. Yeah, 7 more to go. I'm gonna go take a trip over to the stone mine where we're waiting for the inserters and belts to build out more. Here's my brick road, so we can run a little bit faster along that. Rearrange the stone and the Kerrigan a little bit. Kerrigan. And we're going to go ahead and bring bricks back with us. And we're going to bring actually the rest of the Kerrigan back with us because it doesn't need to sit there. It can help look at the fueling. Our brick road is a little bit longer. Theory saving us a little bit of time every time we take a trip back and forth. More inserters. Mostly more belts. Most more belts I probably don't actually need super badly at the moment. A bunch of undergrounds. It's undergrounds for the moment. Need more fuel over in the iron mine area, that makes sense. I need to get more fuel lines properly moved. I only put 3 coal in the last one, so that's not gonna last very long, but it's better than nothing. Grab more iron as we run back the other way. I think this patch is mostly going to get invested into mechanical inserters. I'm putting copper while we're over here. Other than inserters, I've mostly got the coal block mining all the coal. One insert. Yeah, and this is because I'm not providing enough coal to the iron side, I think. Oh, that one's empty. Vegan sir is going a bunch of iron. Need iron, or everything I need right now is being limited by iron, which is being limited by the fact that I don't have enough iron. It's the circle of not having enough iron. Don't think that actually helped much. I think probably made it worse. Although when we do start using up the coal in the existing furnaces, that might help a little bit. Only as a temporary solution to problems. So if I had enough inserters, and I don't have enough inserters, we'd have, other than some undergrounds, we'd have this whole setup running. And then once we have that setup running, then I need to plumb the excess coal. So basically what gets past all the miners into the into the copper and the iron miner backends, so they get copper or carbon. So that I don't have to manually feed them anymore. Or suffer shortages when I forget to manually feed them, because I forget things very rapidly. Okay, that melts in, just waiting for stuff. Just waiting for the inserters. That one's in, just waiting for the inserters. Oh, actually, that could just be a straight through there. That saves like a couple belts. Iron. Okay, so one of those inserters are building. I'm gonna go check up on the stone mine, get some more bricks from it, extend the road a little bit. Because to be fair, to finish the spaghetti, the last two steps of the spaghetti, so having the mines be built for us and having the science be built for us, both are going to need reliable supply of stone. Maybe not effective supply of stone, but reliable. Which means at some point I'm going to have to run a belt from over here. So we're going to have to run back and forth quite a few times to do that. So it's going to help to sort of drag out the supply, if that makes sense. Probably actually want you to be made of stone. We'll make you out of iron. Yeah. 280 brick for the return trip. And concrete's even faster than this, but we've got brick for the moment. Oh, you are out of ore. Okay. Let's see if I can manually feed some of this. A lot more iron flowing. Oh, you're ash full. Grab all the cash out of these systems before I shove more in. Nothing's yet getting through to the assembling burning machines. For the moment, I just want that to be an underground. For the moment, that can just be an underground. For the moment, that can just be an underground. No out yet. That makes sense. I think that's actually the first one I want to have an out. Few more inserters. Let's grab whatever iron's on the belt. Let's get a little bit more of the coal system working. To be fair, the coal system at the current time is probably something I should need to work on shunting it into feeding iron and copper more. It's overbuilt for what it's actually doing, which is kind of feeding itself. Of course, it kind of needs to be in the long run. But as is most of the cases in the long run, if it's overbuilt for what it needs to be now, it does mean that there's a lot that isn't really doing much. System. More inserters. A little bit more belt. Okay, 4 more of the coal miners to complete. We'll have a full coal setup here, which hopefully will produce enough to meet the needs of the iron and the copper system. Then we just have to build out the iron and the copper system. Obviously, need some inserters to get going. Well, it doesn't have anywhere to go yet because I haven't put the belts in. More belts. Need more inserters. Need more miners. Not necessarily doing this in non-optimal order. I'm just sort of vibe building the base. And you can see the permanent solution is still very much in existence. It is manually doing the feeding for, well, now 6, but it was previously doing 2 when we first originally built it, feeding of the furnaces. That should inspire a little bit more get up and go in the metal production. Probably for simplicity in belting, the next one should really be going into the copper mine, but I'm going to bypass the copper mine, go straight to the iron mine, because I need more throughput on the iron mine. I really don't need it on the copper mine right now. Although either way I need a lot more belts. At this point, I'm going to refuse to manually build boats. Inserters, less so. We're going to manually build a bunch of inserters because I need more inserters as well. grab more belts. Oh. There we go. I don't know what I did there, but I did some weird combo of hotkeys where things were not working the way I was expecting them to. I think I somehow enabled the base search. I think I was searching the base accidentally. How many more miners do I need for this setup? 5, 7. Okay, so we now got 3 copper mines contributing, even if I don't micro them for fueling. That saves me a little bit of fueling effort. Okay, I'm going to park myself where you can watch the factory consume our iron. When I take a short break, I need to get up and stretch. We'll leave the game running. I'll be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Only 5 in surge, but 104 belts, not too bad. And yes, you can see the ash. We have plans for how we're going to deal with the ash, but those require ash separation, which is a little bit in the future. Just a little bit in the future. Grab more iron, grab more belts, steal more iron off the belts so we can do some undergrounds, because I think we're at a point where I actually want some more undergrounds. And apparently I'm low on copper in the inventory, so let's grab some copper off the belt. There we go. Finally make a few more inserters that way. Twitch chat, Night Hulk 15-_2 saying, ooh, Fi. Yes, we're off playing Fi here. So wish me the luck in seeing how far we can get into it. Before the computer decides to not appreciate the what we're doing to it. As you can probably tell, we are still in the burner phase. Some more belts. More belts. Twitch chat saying I need to restart my Fi hard mode. I abandoned it when the Factorio expansion came out. Well, I wish you the best of luck on hard mode. We're playing normal Fi here. I'm not playing hard mode. I'd probably be a little more open to hard mode if they had earlier storage tanks. I need a little bit of buffering early game in the petrochem. It just doesn't exist in base Fi. Two underground. That whole row going. I'll at least get the original iron stack going again. Not particularly fast, but at least I'm not going to have to manually hand insert anymore, which is an improvement. Bringing over that goal. Twitch chat saying it's manageable, just needs a few dozen ash boxes. Talking about the ash, or you're talking about the hard mode? Because yeah, I don't have any problem with the thing that's keeping me away from hard mode is not the ash void ability. It's actually how to handle hard mode ash. Yeah, I can imagine hard mode ash isn't that bad. The thing that's making me a bit skeptical of it is actually early fluid handling. Although I haven't looked at what recipes were changed in hard mode. It might be that the problems I'm having are actually recipes that have been fixed. Don't forget you can burn the leftovers. Yeah. The problem, the thing that's keeping me off of hard mode is actually what to do early storage, because the early storage tanks I believe in the game require duraluminum. I think it's storage. Well, you've got to wait until you get down to this tank for storing duraluminum. Whereas you start all processing up here. All processing is 2 products, so inevitably, unless you're really good at balancing them, you're going to probably be short on 1. So it's an early game hard mode problem, not a late game hard mode problem. I can definitely imagine hard mode is a little bit more manageable once you reach the point where you actually have the ability to burn your undesired fuels. And yeah, oxygen obviously is the harder one to deal with, because if you can't burn the oxygen, it's what you burn things with. Four belts. I need more than 4 belts. Some turds are however, downright traps in hard mode. I can imagine that. That's all the inserters over here. I might have to actually start making making belts by hand. Catching up on pretty much everything else in the bottlenecking phase here. Although everything else is what I've been hand making, so appreciate not having to hand make belts. Oh, you're out of ore. Okay. Final preparations for a temporary solution that might last a long time. Distributing coal to the iron mines. Nothing more permanent than temporary solution. Yeah, I've already quoted that a couple times. We got some temporary solutions that are going to be permanent in the form that they're probably going to exist for a couple hours. To be fair, we have the spaghetti assembler right here, which makes belts, inserters, and burner assemblers here, and we have yet to make one burner assembler out of this. So we'll see how long this temporary solution lasts. Thinking about it, what I need over here at this point is just undergrounds to get the iron setup running as planned. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pairs should do it. That's 5. That's at least going to be a step in the right direction. Okay, we're going to give that a little bit of time to work. I'm gonna go run over to the stone mine and retrieve more stone, more brick. Taking the run, we might as well get some of the trees out of the road. Oh, because so much Kerrigan in the outflow of the Kerrigan. It's just gone and blocked it up. Here we go. Returning with 550 bricks. I'll just make the road a little bit bigger. Well, a bit longer. I think for the moment 3 wide is probably wide enough for us to run down pretty comfortably. More underground, more inserters. There's the missing Wondering why some of these weren't working. Okay, so with that intact, that should actually now properly run. Let's grab a little bit of copper. Take some of the iron. So I can build more mining drills. Don't have that automated yet. Finish on this batch. How many do I need? 5, 7. And last mine. Here we go. Now we just need to get that set. That area fueled. Oh, I see how I screwed that bit up. A ghost one will actually work for what I want. Here we go. Okay, let's redirect a little bit more towards the original one. And then we'll go set up 2 more furnace stacks. So we can double how much iron we get going. Okay, that's the insert side. Just need more belts. Always need more belts. Bit of iron, so I can make a couple underground belts. Once again, need more belts, need more underground, need more inserters. Doesn't make the plan more and more ambitious from a throughput standpoint. So we need more inserters, more belts. Although in theory we've just increased the metal production by 50%, so... If anything, that means we're going to get more inserters. Because I think we're already sort of getting enough to maximize the belt production. So maybe do a check to make sure I'm not backlogged on ash in any of the furnaces. Doesn't look like it is yet. But you know, sometimes looks can be deceiving. Yeah, ash wasn't the problem. More belt, more inserters, and they are slowly sneaking up to eventually assemble us a better assembler machine. We're blinking. That's the out of ore indicator. Yeah, you're out of ore. Fair enough. Actually, I shouldn't worry too much about the next one because I need to get more fuel over here. I have one dedicated, not temporary solution fuel line. I should probably not overinvest in consumption of that line. Okay, more belt, more inserters. What do you have coming over from here? 3, maybe. So 1, 2, 3. 3 is exactly how many need, so that works. And then what passes through there will get routed in as a replacement to the temporary solutions on the iron. Hopefully a little bit more belt over here. Another 50 belt. And when we get a little bit more of the copper line under operation. Left the corner off down here. Like, why is the belt empty? It's had plenty of time to start moving. Tree was hiding the mistake. Actually, I want them to walk a little farther right as we're going along. I'll have to go there. Suppose I can start placing these inserters. Unload the ash from the furnaces. Okay, we almost finished the bootstrap. We actually are getting reliable insetter production at this point. I think we're even getting burner assemblers at this point. Yeah. That'll be nice when we move on to the next phase. Go. I still probably want that to be mostly regular belt, not underground, because I've got quite a way to go. Some of my regular belting. I need to go longer distance and break this into two. It's going to make... Well, so this doesn't need to make me, but I'm going to do a slight adjustment here. Okay, 2 bolts, that'll get the copper going fully. And then that third one will actually come out and be a permanent replacement line for one of the temporary lines we've got going. Well, that there furnace stack is just waiting fuel and ore. Get it operational. Yeah, I'm running over the top of the aluminum ore patch, but it's a big enough patch that I don't worry too much about that. I'm actually more worried about how much I'm encroaching on the flora patch, but the answer is I'm just going to have to go get a new flora patch anyway. It's a tiny, tiny one. Good enough to start. If we get seriously into using flora, it's not going to be big enough. That's also kind of what the entire starting area is for, so... Ah, one piece of coal just refusing to get picked up. I think I got it. One piece of coal on the ash side of the line. There we go, so that'll get those fueled. Not that I need them fueled, as you can see, we've got more copper production than we're using at the moment. Needs to go left and right, not right to left. and I'm beginning process on building some ash buffer. Wondering why I'm building 16 iron chests. 8 per side of the bus, or 8 per side of the belt. So I can have one belt come in of just pure ash, unload 8 inserters off both sides, and then have it set up so those come back together into one belt. Probably overkill for what we're planning on doing, but... I didn't make this particularly convenient here. There's a better way I can do this. I'll make it a little more convenient. There's another miner that has run out of stuff to mine. That is slowly going to happen with the original base here. The original base's mine deposits are not going to last forever. few hundred more belts and we will have this phase done, and I can check a few things off my checklist. Actually, arguably, I could probably check them off the checklist now, but I'm going to finish off the last furnace stack we have here before I do so. Okay, with that, the temporary connection to the temporary connection is no longer needing to be temporary. I actually think I'm approaching an appropriate number of inserters where we can just let the inserters do their thing and not have to grab them every time we're over here. Oh, we need to grab a little bit of iron so I can do the underground belts I need. F and D to move to the right while grabbing iron. Grab. I'm gonna need 4. Which means I need more belts. Because I'm gonna eat all the belts, building the underground belts that I need. One belt short. Although I'll be able to pull some up from here, so that's not a problem. Just chuckling the fact that I'm like 1 belt short of getting it connected. There we go. Should see that roar to life. At least until the belt empties out. Because in theory, we've got enough ore on the belt to run 7.5 furnaces. Not 7.5. What's the math ratio again? Should be 7.5. So it's 1/8 of 75. So not quite 10, but not quite 9. It's more than 9. So 9 and a bit of these furnaces should light up. Okay, I think it's time. Twitch chat saying nice. How long into the game? We're 3 hours into this stream, and this is actually the second stream. The first stream was only a little over like an hour 15, so it's about 2 and a bit hours into the run. Is there a way I can check where we are in the game? I think there is. Vita Codex. Game things I've been playing for 4.5 hours. So with that, let's do a basic view review, build review. So we've gone ahead and I've made 4 effectively furnace stacks for iron that each make, well, basically the 4 of them to combine to turn 4 half belts into like 4/10 of a belt of iron. 4/10 of half a belt. Or, yeah, we're at a half a belt of iron here. Yeah, because we've got half. So half a belt times 4 is 2 full belts, and 4 full belts makes half a belt. So we got half a belt of iron production. We have a fourth of that in copper. We have sort of a spaghetti assembler that assembles belts, a spaghetti assembler that assembles inserters, a spaghetti assembler that assembles assemblers. And while I'm thinking about it, let's... that one. Set you to only grab not ash. So we stop having ash end up in these chests. So we can get a little bit more in them without having to micro them as much. But yeah. For 4 hours in, this is a good start to the base. We're not going to be done for the night. We're going to keep going, but for the moment, we're going to let the base do its thing. I'm going to run out to the stone stockpile, the stone mine. We're going to go retrieve brick and stone from the mine, and the next phase will be setting up spaghetti. Oh, I suppose I should check off my tasks. So spaghetti belts. Let's look at the spaghetti belts. Let's go close enough. We're gonna look at the spaghetti belts while I check off the thing off. So we got our spaghetti belts over there. So spaghetti belts. Check. Inserters. Check. Assemblers. Check. Entire belt of spaghetti. Somewhat. Then we want to do spaghetti mines, which means we arguably to not have to hand feed the spaghetti mines, we probably need to bring stone over. And then tier 1 spaghetti research, which needs brick. I think for the moment the transfer of stone and brick is probably going to be done by hand. But after I go pick up the stone and the brick, I'm going to build those spaghetti things so that at least they use the local copper and iron. So there'll be a chest where the stone and or brick needs to be delivered, is the plan. So we follow our wonderful brick road off to the brick mine, stone mine. And then we worked actually getting some research going. We're 3 techs into the game, and we'd like to be more than 3 techs into the game, so we can add more things to the to-do list. We went from 14 things on the list within the last 4 hours to 10 things on the list. It's time to start putting some things back on the list. So bricks and stone. Yoink fuel out of you. Toss fuel in you. Honestly, I'm so overfull with ash that this is not a good place to leave ash, but we're going to leave ash here. Chunk of ash on the floor there. Pull extra fuel out. Toss extra fuel over there. Oops, I'm taking the stone with me. Go. Take the fuel out of you. We'll be back later for the Kerrigan. I just don't need it right now. Over here. Now, I suppose technically diagonal would probably be a faster way to go back and forth between the base instead of taking this sort of zigzag path, but it's harder to reliably draw short distance diagonals, I find, with the pathing tool in this game. Power up the power plant. And now we need to get to designing some production lines. So, one is probably overkill. One, or actually, that's the place where I put the miner. So miner. Mining, apparently. One is probably overkill for this, but that's what we need. Okay, we know how to make small parts. We've done small parts before. And it's technically actually 2 machines, so I suppose actually what we're doing here is we're making that. Maybe. Very much maybe. And then the other complicated one is auto information science pack. We're gonna say like 1, which is, we're probably not even doing. Needs planter boxes, needs soil, and empty planter boxes. So that's the stuff we need to sort of make. We already know how to make the small parts, so I'm sort of discounting the fact that we're going to include those. So we're going to build this out. We have a chest where we shove wood. I suppose actually that should make the thing that turns the logs into wood, because we're going to harvest logs and we're going to feed the logs into the system. So there's going to be a chest that holds logs, a chest that holds bricks, a chest that holds soil, a chest that holds ash, although the ash might eventually transition into a belt. And then we need to assemble that together. Okay. And yeah, okay, so we're not doing 5 of those. Let's add to this. We're doing 1 at most. Yeah, 1 at most. I'm gonna build basically this assembly line, and that's what we're doing in that recipe as well. Okay. Do I think I have enough space here? I want to start running horizontal. Let's start running horizontal. And also, let's harvest our first collection of assembling machines. We don't have to build them anymore. Huzzah! Ooh, we get to pick 400 belts up. Okay, so you're where my stone goes. Chuck you full of stone. I'll go grab fuel for you in a moment. And then you need small parts and iron plate. Okay. I'm gonna have to rearrange this. Yeah, that's how we're gonna do it. Okay. And yes, this is going to be a little bit spaghetti when we start bringing the iron through here. That's fine. This is a spaghetti base. We're accepting that's going to be spaghetti. I don't actually need to put a filter on these. I'm putting a filter on these so I can remember what I need to put in the chest. That's a reasonable way to remember how you put the stuff in the chest. What goes in which chest. There's the bird. And I don't have one of these, so we're going to use it from a blueprint. And also, let's vector the... Yes, you go there. And you're going to take logs in, wood out. Let's grab some fuel, and then we'll start running the belts, and we'll have our hypothetical spaghetti assemblage going. Apparently need more logs to build the wood process unit. Grab some iron while I'm at it. And you can see the spaghetti base is, in fact, making enough iron to fill up the bell. Which just means we're not consuming enough yet. Oh, we'll fix that. We'll fix that in time. Coal as well to start these engines up. And that's probably enough to get most of the assembler machines going. Fill the inventory with flora. Nope, ran out of coal. Apparently that wasn't enough. Need some more trees so I can bring power to the wood processing unit. I need a little bit more fuel. And then we've basically got that set of spaghetti going. Oops. There we go. Wood processing wood. Wood goes into the empty planter boxes. Empty planter boxes go into the planter boxes. And what did I screw up here? Oh, I have the inserter the wrong way. It helps you put the inserter right way around. And our first automation science pack, not made by hand, rolls off the production line. At just under 5 hours. Okay, and that's progress. That is progress. And now I just need to figure out how to. Well, now I need to drag fuel up to the boiler so the power doesn't go out if I don't pay attention to the power grid. No, I don't think I can do this. Make this do the math I want it to. I might be able to steam. I can make it do steam. Yeah, 250 degrees steam. I need to know how much steam I want to make if I'm going to do that, though. Okay. How much steam output? Or more importantly, 37 megawatts. I want to make arguably half a belt of old as beer. Because you're consuming. Let's bring up the calculator app. We'll use the phone instead of the computer. Twitch chat saying hashtag spawn buyers. That sounds like a very good way to get the base even. Oh, phone. I don't think you have to update now. I'm trying to use the calculator. So, in pi are coal, raw coal provides 3 megajoules. And we're going to have 7.5 come through the belt at a second. So that means the belt provides 22.5 megawatts of fuel value. And we can burn that in the boiler at a rate of 3.7 megawatts. So just over 6 boilers will consume a half a belt of my raw coal. Assuming I can insert and extract the ash quickly enough. Which probably is incorrect. I'm probably not going to be able to extract and insert quickly enough, but one can dream. I have one of you. And on the inserts, we've got 3 inserts. Really means I need 3 extracts. Messy as that's gonna be. We're gonna need more iron than that, so let's grab some iron. Yeah, we're building. Well, we got science, because at this point we're at the point where the science is actually running itself. It's running itself slowly, but we have science coming in. So I'm thinking ahead. I'm thinking to power, which isn't on the to-do list. And this is probably not enough power. This is honestly not enough power, but it's a start. Also, this is technically at the moment Steam. Since I haven't actually equipped any engines to it yet. Depending on what we end up doing, it might end up staying Steam. There we go. So there's coal processing. Let's take a moment to look at coal processing, because we just researched it. Coal processing is going to provide us the exhaust pipe. I'm not gonna put that on the bus. I'm not gonna spaghetti that. Same thing with the tailings pond. These are going to be artisanal when we make them, because we want to basically make as few of these as possible. Because these are, or the exhaust pipe is, we're wasting material. So we want to waste material as little as possible. Tailings pond is a storage. I'm not going to use it for venting gas. You could technically use it like you use the exhaust pipe for example, venting gas, but we're not going to do that. So this is just a really big storage item. It's a million inventory storage item. These take up a lot of space, so we also want to build these about minimally as we can. High pressure furnaces and destructive distillation. are going to want to go on the bus. So let's add to the to-do list. Add new. So bus, destructive distal. And what was the other one? High pressure furnace. So every time we just invent a new technology that we're going to want to be making in large quantities, we're going to add it to the to-do list. So I remember in the future that we have them. New Twitch chatter saying, "Hi, I don't speak English. I speak..." Looks like N. I'm not sure that translates in English particularly well. Just learning how to play Factorio. Well, I hope you enjoy Factorio. This is not Factorio. This is Factorio Pyanodons Mod, which is a little bit more advanced than Factorio. And maybe this isn't the best thing to learn on as a side effect of it being maybe a little bit more advanced. Enya, N with a tilde, yeah, okay. Still don't know which language that is offhand. To be fair, I barely speak English most of the time. And I am a native English speaker. Okay, so the center is steam. Exterior is water. Power plant's out of coal. Okay, so if we find enough inserters, get that together, and that should rapidly be making us steam. theory, this should be able to get a whole half a belt of steam. So the end of it, if I've got underground belt, and I don't, my boat needs it. It's coming along. You're on the right side, if I'm reading that right. So that should filter just the ash off the belt. And then obviously, right now the only thing we have that uses ash is science, so we'll redirect the ash that comes out of the power plant to the science bay. Whoops, we've got ash on the science belt. I put the wrong type of split. Well, I didn't put a filter on it. That's what I screwed up. There's no filter over here. There, now it's filtered. Got a couple extra labs. Make science go a little faster. There we go, another tech complete. So we're now onto ash separation, but for the moment we just completed steel processing. And sinkhole, again, not another thing we're not going to be putting on the bus. Fish turbine might go on the bus, but I'm not going to put it on the to-do list. That's going to depend upon if I've got fish going, which is... we're going to start working the to-do list before we get to that point, so that gets added when we add fish. On the other hand, Advanced Foundry probably wants to find its way onto the bus. The bus's to-do list. So, pop out of here, we add tasks, we add new task. This is bus Advanced Foundry. And the next one gives us asset separation. It's going to give us a way to deal with the ash that we're not turning into science. So what I'm doing right now, while we're waiting for ash separation, is actually bring all the ash together. All the waste ash together. Also, if we need it later for something, I have it available. And just so we've got it together so that I can run it into the separator when we get the separator. And the way I'm separating it from the coal on the mixed coal ash buses or belts is using the half underground belt trick, where that direction takes the right side of the belt, that direction takes the left side of the belt, going into an underground belt. It's a surprisingly useful trick for when you're trying to sort stuff and you've got them pre-sorted by a side of the belt. Oops, that's not right. That was going to be a problem. Okay, so with that, okay, not all the ash is sorted, but we're starting. Start on the process. Because I think we might have a couple coal lines that aren't sorted. Go double check the coal lines. Because anything that doesn't run somewhere isn't sorted. Oh no, I think that is it. I think everything is sorted now. The system's backed up enough that it isn't working its way through yet, but it's slowly working its way through. The system is draining of ash at a whole 7.5 ash a second. I'm assuming we're not making it faster. Yeah, that's going to become a problem for the power plant. That's why we need ash separation. Because you see, the boilers are working right now because they stock up to 1,000 ash. Aren't unloading their ash because the belt is full. So the boilers are only going to run until the ash stockpile is full in each of them. I'm thinking of a future problem and I'm trying to future-proof the system. If you're wondering why I'm doing this weird thing. Because, frankly, it is weird if you don't understand why I'm doing it. And what I'm doing is I'm preparing for needing to split the ash belt without splitters. Because in Pyanodons, splitters are surprisingly late in the tech tree. And although I suppose by Pyanodon standards, they're probably still reasonably cheap by Pyanodon costs, but late enough in the tech tree that you don't want to necessarily wait for them. Yeah, in an ideal world, that would be after the burner assembly. Instead, I have it before, which is maybe not the right placement for it, but... Can I do circuit logic? No, not this early. I'm trying to think if I can tell it to say, hey, when this chest is full, but I can't do that this early, I think. Oh, actually, I think I can. Turn this entity on only when the condition is true. Ash in the thing is over 1,000. So, are you on? Oh no, that's below 1,000. Over is the other way. There we go. Test it by yoinking all the ash here. It all turns off. There we go. Prioritize splitter. I want to play around. Yeah, so I want it the other way around, but the other way around is, oh, it doesn't need to be that way until I get splitters. The other way around is going to require splitters to do it. Speed. Okay, why do I not have... Because I'm out of wood. I'm out of wood. I do not have enough wood in the wood processing unit. Gotta go cut down the small forest. We'll be right back. Chop down trees, chop down trees. We do get the technology to farm trees at some point, which does save you having chopped down a bunch of trees. Right now, I don't have that technology, don't have that infrastructure, and my character has an axe, so time to chop some trees. Oh, and you're out of brick. Temporary fix the brick problem. And the more permanent solution is going to involve running across the map to go retrieve bricks. Okay. Time to run down the brick road to get some bricks. You have no coal. Why do you have no coal? That explains why you have no coal, yes. Okay, let's fix that. I was accidentally diverting it and filtering off the ash instead of letting the coal through. Until I have splitters, I can do one or the other. I can't do both. Grab the bricks. Pull the fuel out of the storage chest. Make another iron chest because we're going to need to store more Kerrigan over here. One of these days we'll have Kerrigan. Just, you know, that day isn't today. I think that's going to stop shortly because we're going to run out of brick. Well, we came over with brick, to be fair. Although, if we can get that done, yeah, there it goes. Production speed's dropped to 0. Want to get ash separation done so we can start dealing with the ash. We didn't even get a whole stack of brick. One of these days it may make sense running all the way over there. To turn or running a belt from all the way over to here for bricks, but don't need that yet. Okay, so power's looking good, at least on 10-hour window. Yeah, last 10 minutes, it's mostly the wood processing unit, which has turned most of the way off, which I suspect means it's run out of wood. Again. Yeah, it's run out of wood again. Well, at least for the moment, the thing's running. Oh, and I have the stockpiling over here, so I don't need to stockpile wood or soil over here. Let's put a rough limit on the soil. Soil stacks to 200. Let's just tell it. Unstack until we down to 200. Saves a little bit of power. Yeah, I suppose with what we got, the next thing to butts with would be either chop down some more trees or go expand stone production. Now, the biggest thing we're going to run into with stone production is stone comes... Well, stone mines in this game come with Kerrigan. So I suppose I don't need to drag coal over to the stone mine, because I could technically run the stone mine with Kerrigan. We'll have to filter the Kerrigan out of the product, which is somewhat annoying to do, but we can do that. Let's get this into the processor. Yeah, and the inserter the wrong way around. Like, why do I have no mining drills? Because, you know, it's not getting any small parts because you have the small parts trying to input mining drills into the small parts instead of the small parts being inputted into the mining drills. Oh, I see what problem we got going on there. Okay, let's fix the problem temporarily. Yeah, starting mines are not going to last forever. They are going to run out eventually. Iron first, and then probably copper second. Coal will probably actually last the longest. So we're about to have ash separator finish. Ash separation mainly gives us the solid separator, which we initially used to separate ash. So let's add it to our to-do list. Add new. We're going to want that on the bus. Bus solid separator. belt, because we're going to want more belt. Grab more inserter, because we want inserter. Grab 1 stack of assemblers, because assembler will expand assembly. And waiting for the mines, where we go running off to grab that. And ash separation is done. Cool. I don't have any steel. Would be nice to actually make 50 steel plate. Not going to delve into that right now. Don't need to go into Kerrigan processing, although we could do that. Mining with fluids. I have a feeling we're going to have to do mining with fluids relatively soon. Probably don't need the repair packets driving my vehicle around, so we can put that off. Same with the gun turret. Don't need to shoot stuff anytime soon. Yeah, don't need to shoot stuff anytime soon. Stone walls, again, we can procrastinate on that. Okay, so let's figure out where is circuits. Oh, that's the more advanced ones. Electronics, that's what we're looking for. Good old printed circuit substrates. So this is all the technology. For the next sort of meta thing I want to get done, I want to get to electronics. We're not going to get there today. So this is all that needs to be researched to get there. I suppose a potentially good thing to go for early would be to move towards wood processing, so that I don't have to lumber or don't have to cut down trees every time I need more lumber for the wood processing unit. So if we're going that route, this is what we need. Soil washing, mining with fluid, glass, botany, moss. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable thing to do, because then we don't have to micro the wood cutting. Basically, this chest gets replaced with a new production chain that does it for us. Actually, 30 something is probably fine enough. Let's grab those and follow the brick road. And we run down the brick road. And at the end of it, we have our stone mine. So let's cut the trees down near the stone mine so we got a little bit better access to the surrounding area. And then we're going to swap it over from the artisanal 2 mines, supplying 2 outputs to something a little bit more heft. Although we'll have to do some proverbial redneck filtering to keep the Kerrigan and stone separate for processing. Actually, to start off, let's put these over here, because I need somewhere to get the fuel for these lines from. Okay, soil washing's done. Did soil washing provide any new buildings? The washer. So I should add that to our to-do list when we start building the bus. Okay, let's get the grid set up. I hopefully brought enough observers. I was about to say, I brought enough observers, I'm like, did I though? Not so sure. Definitely brought enough mining drills. Now, one problem with Kerrigan over rock coal is it's what? I'd say that rock coal is 50% more energy dense than Kerrigan. So we're going to generate more ash as a side effect. Yeah, you can see kind of how that's interacting is that we don't actually have enough, necessarily enough Kerrigan to get to the end of the line there. Oh, that's also happening. That's easy to fix. So we're just putting it on the right side of the belt, and the right side of the belt's supposed to be the side that has the ash on it. Oops, did not actually mean to put that in my storage. Go in there. Excuse me while I extract the Kerrigan out of what's supposed to be an ash line here. We got 3 lines here, which we're just going to sort of brutally smash into one. Again, not necessarily optimal. It'd be more optimal to have a splitter to do the splitting, but And something's wrong with the production back at base. Well, good thing we're about to head back to base. Getting close to the end of this build. Oh, a couple inches short of the current arrangement. 6, I can... Nope, don't have the materials to build on the 6. Okay. I'll have to go back to base. Or we can just take a couple of these. No, that's not going to be enough. I could take a couple of those, that would work. Yeah, we nickel the ones we don't technically need here, we make that work. It's technically eating the buffer, but that's fine. Okay. So, we're making both stone and brick here. Let's go check out what's got the production stalled back at base, and go grab more belt. And then I might double check my to-do list. I'm not sure if I checked off the completed mining and tier 1 science. One of the miners is empty. That's not what the problem is, but one of the miners is empty, so I'll go retrieve the useful material from that location. Oops, I think I got a bunch of carrigan. I can toss this in a chest near the road, and one day I'll make use of it somewhere. Oh, we ran out of native ore. Fair enough. Go fetch some native flora to get the process going again. There we go. I suppose I should actually start getting solid separators together. Although that's actually going to require me making steel. I'll sort that after we get the... or try to build the stone back to base. I would not be surprised if the base is actually more than 400 tiles away from the mine. To be fair, I need some wood for doing the science anyway, so chop down some trees if they get in the way, it's not a problem. Yep, the base is more than 400 tiles away from the stone mine. Although not by much. Maybe a couple hundred. Let's check our to-do list. Top of the list. Spaghetti mines. Yes, we actually did do the spaghetti mine. Burner mine is what I meant with that. That is there. I'm not covering it up. So we can click that as done, and then same thing with the tier 1 research. We did actually finish that up. That is that section over there. Still got 13 things on the to-do list. Currently teching towards the circuits. Slowly teching towards the circuits. Okay. So I realized that, well, just as we left on that last trip, that we need to make some steel for some of the things we probably want to operate. So, steel plate, like 1 a second for hypothetical concept. So that's going to take coke, limestone, and iron ore in an advanced foundry. Iron ore, we know where we get that from. Limestone comes from water, so that's pretty easy. coke. Coke is going to be the complicated one. So coke comes from coal gas from coal. But we'll be mining raw coal, not coal. Where do we get coal from? Well, we use that... Actually, two different places. We can either get that from wood, which we're not doing. We're not doing it from wood. Or we can get that from coal, from the raw coal. So we're making some byproducts. We're making our first tar, we're making our first coal gas, and we're making some iron oxide. And honestly, we're not going to produce in that rate because that requires 15 advanced foundries. Let's swap back to minutes here. And then we're going to hit this. So we want like 4 per minute. So not even a 0.1 item a second. And then you look at the math there and it's like, okay, you need one of those, one of those, one of those, one of those. Easy enough to do. Okay, tech-wise, we just finished up mining with fluid, which adds the fluid mining drill. Again, we're going to make all these artisanally, one at a time, manually with handcrafting, until we hit the bus. But we do want this on the bus, so I'm going to add this to the to-do list. Add new, bus, fluid drill. Fluid mine drill. In the meantime, we do want to make the things we need for this. So I need 1 advanced foundry. 1 advanced foundry, which costs all of that. Got most of that on me, except for the stone brick. Okay, need, and some iron. 1 advanced foundry. We're gonna need 1 soil extractor. Technically have 1, but it's doing a different recipe, so we need another 1 soil extractor. I don't need an offshore pump, we can just pull from the existing one. And then I need 2 destructive distillation columns, because we need 2 different recipes at the same time. Basically what we need is for that here to finish up. Let's go ahead and grab some belt, and I'll run the belt while we're handcrafting that stuff. Is that actually connected? It is. Convenient. I'm going to do a quick bit of filtration here. So I can separate my stone. From my brick. Oops, wrong way around. I'm gonna be able to around if I want to do that filter. Okay. That'll work. Of course, I'm out of belt again. Aha. And there we go. So we'll have to sort out the ash at some point, because otherwise that whole system is going to probably back up on ash at some point. But for the moment, that transports stone and brick from the stone mine to where it gets used in the base. So this is the mess we got to go through to turn raw coal into coke. No, that's just overkill. Sometimes you want overkill. Use filters. This is going to be filtering out iron oxide. Just generated this process. Which, honestly, at some point should probably get smelted into something. But I'm not going to bother doing that right now. Instead, we're going to do this weird thingamajig. Put all in one iron chest, which will probably upgrade to steel chest at some point. And this makes our first two non-water fluids, coal gas and tar. And honestly, I think it is this production chain that would be the most outrageously annoying to deal with hard mode. Because you have to have something to do with the coal gas and the tar in hard mode, to my understanding, immediately, as soon as you set this chain up. Because you don't have any storage tanks at this point. You can't store it anywhere. I might be wrong. They may... Hard mode, to my understanding, changes some of the recipes up, so maybe that's one of the recipes they change. Maybe they make it so you can get a storage tank early enough. Do a little bit of gas buffering. Fluid buffering. But that was not something I wanted to play around with too much. If that wasn't the case. I didn't want to start a hard mode and go like, I don't like how the lack of gas buffering exists in anything. So specifically that recipe right there is the reason we are playing on normal mode. Because right now we have solutions to deal with that problem. and that is exhaust pipe sinkhole. And we're gonna use it. In fact, actually, right now, or not exhaust pipe, sinkhole, exhaust pipe and tailings pond. One of them's gonna end up in the tailings pond. In fact, what I'll probably start off is I'll probably make 2 tailings ponds, because the one that doesn't go into tailings pond will be quite obvious because it will simply disappear. Because, you know, gas. If you've got a pond and you release gas into a pond, the gas floats away. And I think hard mode as a side effect doesn't have the tailings pond. It might. One of the recipe changes is they might replace the tailings pond with something else. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Where's my disconnect? I have a disconnect somewhere. Here's the disconnect. Got 3 spaces instead of 2 space. There we go. The moment, I'm pretty sure coal gas is the one that goes poof, and that tar is the one we can store in a tailings pond. So tar is being stored in the sinkhole, and we've got no gas in the tailings pond. We just finished botany, and before that we did glass techniques, or glass technology. So we need to put crystal mine and glassworks on the to-do list. And then from botany, we need to put botanical nursery on the to-do list. There we go. And now we have you making all the coke we need. And we needed the coke plus the limestone for the foundry to make iron ore. I'm trying to decide how I'm going to make iron ore here. Convert iron ore into our desired steel. Oh no, I probably want it down there. In this hole? That hole will work. Oops. That's the problem with buildings hiding things. It's easy enough to fix. It's just something that it's whoops, I have to fix it problem. Need more inserters. And then I need to pipe the water down here. Okay, suppose I need to get over to here. Piping. To get my water. Big stretch of normal pipe is actually, probably from an iron standpoint, is ideal from a plumbing perspective, but it takes up a bunch of space that I can crash into. So in the long run, I probably don't want that. In the short run, that works. Go. That brings this water down to you. You're powered, so you're making limestone. Wood. And then you make steel. First batch of limestone. And comes the steel. Six hours, 16 minutes in, we have made steel plate. Now, for the thing we wanted to build with that, I think I needed 50. Yeah, we need 50 per solid separator, and I probably want like 3 solid separators. So, moss is done. So moss Probably also wants to get added to the to-do list, or the moss farm wants to get added to the to-do list. Add new bus moss farm. One of the things like the moss requires, was it aluminum? Yeah, aluminum plate. I think that's the first thing we need that really needs aluminum plate. So we should start thinking about actually getting some fluid mining going so we can mine the aluminum plate. While I'm waiting for the steel to be generated. Oh, even that requires steel. Never mind. Waiting for our steel to be produced. Okay. Bring the ash home. And this thing's not particularly slow at making steel. In fact, I probably have enough steel now. I can start generating some stuff for blueprinting purposes. So we've got tin ore and aluminum ore that at some point we're going to want to mine. Aluminum is going to require coal gas to mine, which we're now producing, although we're not storing. We have no capacity to store it. It's a use it or lose it at the moment. And then tin is steam. We arguably could... Well, actually, no, we can't store steam either. We can store a little bit in the pipes, but steam is also use it or lose it, although we produce it on demand, and you can pretty easily produce steam as you want. And to our bar here. So, for our hypothetical mining area... how do I want to put this out? I want to do something that looks like that. Yeah, and we're not going to get full use of this mining area, but that's fine. Honestly speaking, that is probably more aluminum mining than... And on each of these, we want a intake that one to the left. Intake and a outtake. Only need one per drill. Okay. And that'll roughly work as far as weaving the thing through the area. Obviously, we don't have as many drills, but I'm just over preparing here for when we do have the steel to build all the drills we want. Oops. I guess hopefully in the short run will be more aluminum than we need. Yeah, hopefully in the short run this will be more aluminum. Oh, no, I'm gonna have to do, I can make it work, it's not a problem, but I'm gonna have to be one down from there. So we've got the space for the turn. What did it say on this one? Yes, yes I do. This is designing something that we are at some point going to build, but it's off in the future. Okay, now I just need to make a bunch of underground belts. And, well, technically a bunch of fluid miners as well. And I gotta plumb them all together. Okay, so we just developed enough steel to get steel axe, so we'll assemble and disassemble things faster. I have a screw up here. I have a screw up here. I gotta go the wrong way around. I have to go in the wrong way around. Okay. Good thing I noticed it now when it's not full. It's easy to clean up at this point. Okay, something's gone wrong with our science research. I'm gonna have to go up and check on that. I've probably ran out of something again. My guess is probably the native flora. That's the only thing that's not technically... Well, either that or wood. It might be running out of wood. Clean up, clean up, clean up. Okay, we're cleaned up. Undone the mistake. Shoving all the problems in my inventory. Okay, let's check what's wrong with science. Yeah, right of wood. Okay, I gotta use the amount of wood in the inventory. Into the wood processor it goes. That will temporarily fix the problem. There we go. So that belt's in for when we have all the mines, all the fluid mines. And then I just need to run over here and hook up the gas production. To be fair, we now technically have a gas consumer, so we'll probably swap away from having a tailings pond eating our gas. And we have enough steel that I can get my first... I go pick up some copper and iron for a solid separator. There's wood processing. So wood processing adds fast wood forestry as a building. So we want to add that to the to-do list. Bus, fast wood forestry. And I suppose I need to figure out what we want to head towards next. So, with that, we've got wood processing, which we probably at some point want to dip our toes into for no other reason than completing the semi-automation of feeding science. For steel, we are already making tar, so there's an argument to maybe do tar processing or work towards tar processing. Which we need to get down for electronics. Solder, sap, ceramics, fluids. Crushers. So one way we could try to improve iron mining yield is we can effectively go to tier 2 recipe, which is we can crush the ore, which makes it stone and processed iron, and then we cook the processed iron. So from a raw ore to iron plate out process, that is more efficient, but then you must do something with the stone, otherwise the whole system will back up. Also, it's fairly power consuming. We'll go ahead and start the research on this. delay going down to the concrete. Ceramics. We got everything for ceramics, so let's do ceramics. That was one of the pathways to getting better circuitry stuff. Anyway, formaldehyde at some point we're gonna have to get it that way. Yeah, a lot of what we want leads through concrete. So I suppose we do concrete next. To that. And then creosotes through concrete. So engines into tar, into creosote, and then acetylene into solder. Oh, that's the queued up. Okay, so that's enough queued up for the moment. Game is effectively telling us that is enough queued up for the moment. Okay. So now I can take the tailings one away here. Hopefully not doing anything. So now our whole gas is going to productive use. We are mining aluminum with it. Instead of venting in the atmosphere, we're mining aluminum with it. Step in the direction of being less wasteful. We're still working on solid separator. So I can do what I want from, or plan what I want from map view, which is what we'll do. Yeah, something like that. That allows us to actually process some of that aluminum. So it doesn't jam up the pump, so we don't jam up the coal gas line, so that the steel can be made, because we need the steel, you know, to make the mining drills that consumes the input required for the steel. There we go. First aluminum plate. 3 hours and 40 seconds. Or 3 hours and 40 minutes, not 40 seconds. That's the minute space. We also have our first solid separator. And yes, you can already see I'm blueprinting around the concept of having two of them, doing basically the same thing. So this is going to be taking in ash and outputting coal dust, iron oxide, and soot. And soot we filter again. The not soot effectively gets burnt or processed or whatever. Plus, the whole setup takes power, so I need some more trees to make into power poles. Not too away from power, so it shouldn't be too hard to get. And my science is shut off for some reason. Because I'm on a native floor. That's easy to fix. I'm gonna run down to the native floor and just pick up a large handful of it and shove it in the chest. There we go. Okay, something went wrong. Kerrigan got through to here. Apparently it didn't clear all the Kerrigan out. And we got previous tech just finished. That was the... What tech was that? Crusher. Crusher's finished. I should add it to the to-do list. Bus. Jaw. Crusher. It's on the right side. Yes, okay. So I can do... no, I can't do that. Okay, so for the moment, this is just going to slam in like that, which means it's really not going to go anywhere, but eventually we'll come along and we'll do a... When we get the splitters, we'll sort of unsplit with that being the prioritized intake. Oh, and we have been going long enough that some of the initial spaghetti power plants is starting to go through its initial call. Just get rid of the coal in the inventory by distributing it to the burner assemblers. Go check up on the steel. And enough for another separator. Okay. I think I'm muted in time so you didn't hear the sneeze. And now we're going to do solid separation here, which is going to make this mess. This mess we're not even going to try to filter. To be fair, at the beginning, this mess is just going into a chest, and we'll think about it in the future. Because that mess is going to be real easy to filter when we have splitters, because we can just tell the whole thing, hey, this one goes this way. Okay, next splitter. This one goes this way, and just rinse and repeat. At the moment, that's not quite so easy. Oh, have you been playing like all day into the Just No Return? I haven't quite been playing all day. We've been going 6 hours. It's 6 hours. Maybe coming up on 7 hours. Homepage cells. Yeah, coming up on 7 hours. So coming up on the end of the day here. I'm gonna probably bring this stream to a close in about the next 15 minutes. So if you're watching the Twitch chat and you want to comment or respond to like XFret here, now is a good time to leave your comments, because I'm vaguely paying attention as we're starting to wind down. We went from, well, we did 2 streams today. We did a short stream before dinner, and then we've done this long one after dinner. We sort of bootstrapped up, so we now got stone, iron, coal, and copper all fully sorted out, at least for the initial deposits. You can't see it here on the minimap. I'll go walk down to it. We've got aluminum planned. Technically, we're like artisanally extracting like 1 mining drill with it, but we've got it planned for like full-scale extraction. I don't have the steel yet to sort of full-scale extract it, but we've got the planning done. In fact, we've got all the support and infrastructure. I just got to come along with the mining drills and just slap them down. Right, we're missing the mining drills, and I suppose technically we're missing the smelting that would come afterwards, but we don't need the smelting until we have the capacity to actually mine them. And honestly, the moment we get the drills in, we don't have enough... We're not making enough coal gas. The one drill isn't making enough. And then Twitch chat saying, probably into the chest of no return. Yeah, to be fair, there will be return. The return will just be like a day from now. A day from now in like real life time. When we finally get to splitters. And in the tech tree, that's a decent way away. Splitters. Are you splitters? I remember we need circuit boards for splitters. There's splitters. So we've got everything red and up needs to get researched to do splitters. We've got the science automated for that. The real thing that's going to stop us is the circuit boards. Right, so we gotta... if we're patient enough, the science will happen. And then it just comes down to, do we have the infrastructure set up by that point so that we can build the circuit boards in sufficient quantities to build these? Because transport belt, simple circuit board, iron plate's not too bad. You don't actually need anything from alloy smelting. I think you need that for... Yeah, the inserter needs that. The splitter does not. Splitter just needs the simple circuit boards that are here. And then simple circuit boards are going to need pressurized air. They're going to need ceramic... Well, yeah, they need ceramics. They need sap. They need solder. They need methane. They need creosote. They need wood that you're going to process with the creosote, which comes out of tar processing. So we need all of this. At least sort of artisanally enough that we can sort of hand feed something to make circuit boards so we can do our splitters. And then that's when we deal with the chest of no return over here. Because it has a return, the return is just way off in the future. Although by, I suppose, 5 levels of future, that's maybe not that far in the future. Also, to be fair, it turns 2 things into... Wait, you do the summative add on that. Turn 2 things into 1 thing. So we're having the storage space by sorting it now. And Twitch chat saying, you chuck it all in a burner. You could chuck it all in the burner, but I'm not going to chuck it in the burner. I'm going to try to be fancier than that. I'm going to split it up and do refining for all the little bits. But I want splitters for that, just to keep it simpler. I want to basically take this unsorted mess, go down a belt and go like, this is where the iron comes off. This is where the copper comes off. This is where the tin comes off. This is where the lead comes off, and so on and so forth. And at the end you got ash, and the ash is going to come back around. And we're going to have a splitter here, which takes the ash back in and just puts it back into the sorter to get sorted again. And, I'm not making enough power, so I need another steam engine. So it actually does nothing in terms of compression. Yeah, well, that's fair. Because the soot stacks higher, I suppose, is what Twitch chat's bringing up. So from a stack compression standpoint, doesn't save us anything. From number of items we need to move, it probably makes sense, but... Oh, and I've lost research because we're out of wood again. Yeah, because we're out of wood again. I'm gonna go chop a forest now. Here we go. Triple the power grid. Triple the power grid. We're having a little bit of complaints with the new separators and that we were going through this stuff a little too quickly. Power grid a little too quickly. Lumber that we didn't use goes in there to be turned into lumber, or logs get turned into lumber, lumber gets turned into the planter boxes. To 48 steel plate. So, automation, at some point we're going to want to figure out how to make that really small amount of block. We could feed ash into it. That's probably not a bad plan for the ash, but I think we'll keep it simpler than that. Feeding water in, water is easy enough. Okay, and we're already being told that requires 26.4, but that's because we don't do modules. We've got to install some modules in here. We only have the basic ones. So 2.4 fast wood forestry modules, or forestry Mark 1s, will feed the wood processor at speed required to keep the burner assembly machine up here running at time. And that means we need a 3 seedling. Water. Which requires tree seeds. Choose unrestricted item. The final thing, please. I'm just confusing with traditional. Okay. And yeah, that's 0.05 wood. Yeah, it'll work out. That'll be fine. Yeah, 0.50. Not even a full fast wood forestry machine, so we need one of those to feed one of those, to feed 3 of those, to feed that one, which then takes a little bit of the wood to send back to make tree seeds. That's the loop I think we have there. We're going to be doing that probably next time. I think one of those is what we need the aluminum for. Yeah, we also needed to operate the tree maker. Put them in there. 3 seedlings, planter rocks. 3 seedlings need moss. Yeah. Where's the moss in that recipe? It's not that one. Ah, I was right. We need moss. And, don't necessarily know if we have enough stone. We'll go with the less efficient recipe for the moment. Yeah. 2.5 of those, so 3. So, everything that's sort of limited is going to be 3. Moss, which should be easy enough to find. And then muddy water. Anyway, we're looking small amounts of stuff. This will probably be what we do early next time. And I know I think the moss farm costs aluminum, so we're gonna have to get a little bit of aluminum going. Get the moss farm going, for example. Yeah, moss farm has 10 aluminum in it. we only need 3 moss farms, only 30 aluminum, not much. You don't have any aluminum to do. Yeah, I think we need like 10 aluminum. We need a little bit of glass, so we need the botanical nursery going, so we gotta get some basic glass going. We actually are making aluminum plate already. Okay. So in my to-do list, and these are gonna go actually at the top, we're gonna have... We're gonna end this at the top. Bag of glass. That not behind this armor. Ah, yeah, probably hit cancel. Head top. Dave. There we go. Let's bag glass and let's bag. Well, I arguably have spag aluminum. We'll say check aluminum. As our reminders for next time. So next time we'll go check on our aluminum. That's probably something we want to expand, although that takes a little bit more steel. I don't really want to expand steel production at the moment, so we're just going to be letting steel slowly come in. I might get enough so that we got some stuff under production in the annual queue, but... Grab some iron. And copper. So we get one of those under construction, and then if we got some more copper, I can get the fluid mining drill under construction. To use up the steel. So we've got rough a day what those want to go to. So this is going to be the last call for Twitch comments during the stream. I'm going to go ahead and bring the stream to a close. We're coming up here on 2 a.m. In my time. Just coming over 7 hours in the run itself. Technically 1.4% through the tech tree. We've placed 8,000 buildings, unlocked 71 recipes, produced 355 science, and produced almost 0.9 million items, of which only 0.7 million of them have been consumed. And we just finished the technology ceramics. I'm not going to worry about ceramics. I don't think ceramics unlocked any buildings. Maybe it did. Oh, it did. Clay Pit Electronics Factory. I don't... No, I need to remember to put those on that queue. Let's put those on the to-do list. Bus, clay pit. This goes at the bottom of the queue. And then bus. Bus electro. Was it electro factory? Or did I just totally go off and blue with that? Yeah, close enough. Yeah, last call for comments. I think the stream is going, or I think the run has been going well. We can go in and actually just save at this point. This is stream 2 of the streams. If you're watching on YouTube, because I'm probably going to use this also as the outro for the YouTube video, I hope you have been enjoying. Obviously, as far as the planned Twitch schedule is going, let me go over the schedule. So today was for Factorio Modded with Pyanodons. Tomorrow, which is Tuesday, or suppose technically Tuesday is today because it's 2 a.m. in the morning, but tomorrow's stream, so next night's stream, is going to be Songs of Six. We're going to go back to being evil. We tried being good at the end of last stream, and it didn't go particularly well. We're going to go back to being evil in Songs of Six as the Garmithi. Wednesday, we're going to be continuing our Old World run. At the current pace, I can imagine we might finish. It'll be Old World on Wednesday. Thursday, we're going to be continuing the game we started on Sunday in Shadow Empire. And then we will be back to Factorio, this modded run in Factorio, on Friday. We'll see if I can make it a longer stream like this one was. It might only be 4 hours. It depends upon how things are going with the family. But that's the upcoming schedule over the next 4 days. The plan for Factorio at the moment is I'm going to release an unedited version of each of the streams as soon as I get it compressed and uploaded to YouTube. So if you're watching this on YouTube, this will be a lot earlier than everything else we just went on the schedule, besides the Factorio stuff. If you're watching this on Twitch, I'm going to try to get this uploaded and released, obviously, to YouTube before it comes down off of Twitch. In preparation for being out for 2 weeks over the upcoming month, I have recorded ahead. So I think YouTube is about 14 to 15 days behind, depending upon the series. Factorio is the one exception, where they're going to be closer, although they're going to get the unedited version of the stream. At some point, I'm going to take the time to edit and do basically a 5x sort of time lapse of building the base. Although it won't be a whole base, they'll be watching me at five times speed, and I'll edit out the bits where I'm not doing anything at all. But it'll be 5 times speed of the actual base being built. Obviously, there will be no commentary because I don't know how that would sound at 5x speed. And then there's been a couple places where I stopped and did sort of construction build review portions of bits of the base we finished. That will end up as a sort of a third, even shorter edited version. So that's what you should be expecting on YouTube. So if you've watched the entire stream, I hope you've enjoyed it, whether you're watching it live or watching it later on YouTube. I think this is probably going to be the edited end to the first sort of build review video. So you're probably still going to be hearing this if you're watching this on YouTube, if you're watching that video. But I hope everyone has been enjoying. Once again, sort of last call for comments if you're watching it live on Twitch. I am about to bring the stream to a close, and I hope everyone has been enjoying. And with that, I'm going to wish everyone the best of luck and a good time. Catch you all in the next part and/or stream, and bye for now.